The first meeting. A consulting detective emerge. I've been with Scotland Yard for more years than I care to count, and in that time I've seen enough of London's dark corners to fill a dozen ledgers. Murder, theft, fraud. The usual parade of human failings that keeps men like me in steady work. But there was one case, back in the autumn of '84, that still haunts my memory like fog refusing to lift from the Thames. Not because of its brutality, Lord knows I've seen worse, but because it was the first time I truly understood that everything I thought I knew about detective work was about to change forever. The case came to us on a Tuesday morning, grey and drizzling as London autumns tend to be. I remember the date precisely. October 14th, 1884. Funny how certain moments etch themselves into your mind with the clarity of fresh ink on paper. I was reviewing reports in my cramped office at the Yard, the same office I'd occupied for the better part of 8 years, with its single window overlooking the courtyard and its perpetual smell of damp wool and carbolic soap. The knock on my door came sharp and urgent. "Inspector Lestrade?" "We've got a body in Bloomsbury. Looks like murder, sir." Constable Bradley stood in my doorway, his young face pale beneath his regulation helmet. He'd been with us less than a year, still green enough to let a corpse shake him. I gathered my coat and notebook, already running through the usual questions in my mind. Domestic dispute? Robbery gone wrong? In my experience, most murders fell into predictable patterns, and the Yard had developed efficient methods for handling them. "What have we got, Bradley?" I asked as we made our way through the corridors of Scotland Yard. The morning shift was in full swing. Constables filing reports, sergeants briefing their men, the endless machinery of law enforcement grinding away as it had for decades. "Well, sir, it's a bit unusual," Bradley said, struggling to match my brisk pace. "The victim is one Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, a gentleman of independent means, found dead in his study this morning by his housekeeper. Cause of death? Appears to be a knife wound to the chest, sir. But here's the peculiar bit. The study was locked from the inside. The housekeeper had to break down the door to get in." I stopped walking. In 8 years with the Yard, I'd learned to pay attention when something didn't fit the usual patterns. "Locked from the inside, you say?" "Yes, sir. Key was still in the lock on the inside. Windows were all secured as well. Iron bars on them, and the catch was still fastened tight. A locked room. Even then, before I'd learned to think like Holmes, I knew such things spelled trouble for investigating officers. The press loved impossible crimes. They sold newspapers and made the Yard look incompetent when we couldn't solve them quickly. I could already imagine the headlines: "Scotland Yard baffled by impossible murder." The hansom cab ride to Bloomsbury gave me time to organise my thoughts. The rain had stopped, but the streets still gleamed with moisture, and the city was wrapped in that peculiar London atmosphere. Part fog, part smoke from 1,000 chimneys, part something indefinable that seemed to rise from the very stones. As we clattered through the narrow streets, I found myself thinking about the case ahead. Locked rooms were the sort of thing you read about in penny dreadfuls, not the kind of problem that landed on a working detective's desk. The Hawthorne house sat in a respectable row of Georgian terraces, its facade as proper and unremarkable as its neighbours. Nothing about its appearance suggested it harboured any mysteries. The small crowd of curious onlookers that had gathered on the pavement parted as they recognised my approach. Word travels fast in London when there's been a murder, and my face was known in the neighbourhood papers. Constable Murray, a veteran with 20 years on the force, greeted me at the front door. His expression was grim, which told me more than any report could. Murray had seen enough crime scenes to be unshakable, but something about this one had clearly gotten under his skin. "What's the situation, Murray?" I asked as we entered the front hall. The house was well appointed, but not ostentatious. Solid middle-class respectability in every piece of furniture and every carefully arranged ornament. "It's a rum business, Inspector," Murray said, removing his helmet and scratching his greying head. "I have been over every inch of that study. and I'm damned if I can see how anyone got in or out. He led me down a narrow corridor toward the back of the house. The walls were lined with pastoral watercolours and family portraits, the usual decorations of a gentleman's residence. Everything spoke of order, routine, respectability. Nothing suggested violence or mystery. The victim lived alone, I asked. No, sir. Bachelor gentleman, but he kept a housekeeper. Mrs. Pemberton. Been with him for 15 years, she has. Clean record, no debts, no enemies that she knows of. She's the one who found him this morning when she came to bring his breakfast. We stopped before a heavy oak door that showed clear signs of having been forced. The wood around the lock was splintered, and I could see where the frame had given way under pressure. Had to break it down, as I said, Murray continued. Mrs. Pemberton tried calling through the door when he didn't answer her knock, but got no response. When she looked through the keyhole, she could see the key was still in the lock on the other side. I examined the damaged door frame carefully. The lock was substantial, not the sort of thing that would yield easily to force. It would have taken considerable effort to break through, more than an elderly housekeeper could manage alone. Who helped her break it down? She fetched the neighbour, sir, and Mr. Collins from next door. Took both of them throwing their weight against it to get it open. And they touched nothing inside. Mrs. Pemberton swears they didn't, sir. Says the sight of the body was enough to send her running for a constable. Murray pushed open the damaged door, and I got my first look at the scene that would change everything I thought I knew about detective work. The study was a comfortable room, perhaps 15 feet square, with tall windows facing the garden at the rear of the house. Heavy bookshelves lined 2 walls, filled with the sort of volumes a gentleman of leisure might collect. Philosophy, history, the occasional novel. A large desk dominated the centre of the room, and it was there that I found Reginald Hawthorne. He was slumped forward in his chair, his arms spread across the desk's leather surface. A letter opener, silver with an ornate handle, protruded from his chest just below the breastbone. Blood had pooled around the wound and soaked into the papers scattered across the desk. His face was turned to one side, eyes staring sightlessly at the wall of books. But it was the room itself that immediately struck me as wrong. Everything was too neat, too undisturbed. If Hawthorne had struggled with an attacker, surely there would be signs. Overturned furniture, scattered books, something to indicate violence. Instead, the room looked almost exactly as it should, save for the corpse at its centre. I walked slowly around the desk, taking notes and observing details. The windows, as Bradley had said, were secured with iron bars. Old-fashioned, but effective. The catches were still fastened, and there was no sign that anyone had attempted to force them. The fireplace was cold, its grate clean, offering no possibility of entry there. "What about the chimney?" I asked Murray. "First thing I checked, sir. It's barely wide enough for a child, and besides, it's been swept recently. No soot disturbed, no signs of anyone climbing down." I returned to the desk and examined the victim more closely. Hawthorne appeared to be a man of perhaps 50 years, well dressed in a smoking jacket and slippers. His grey hair was neatly combed, his hands clean and soft. Clearly not a man who engaged in physical labour. The wound was precise, driven straight into the heart with considerable force. Time of death? Hard to say exactly, sir. Mrs. Pemberton last saw him alive yesterday evening around 8 o'clock. She found him this morning at 7 when she brought his breakfast. The body is still warm, but with the fire banked and the windows closed. I nodded. Somewhere between 8 the previous evening and 7 this morning. Not much help in narrowing things down. But as I studied the scene, other details began to trouble me. The papers on the desk, for instance. They were scattered, yes, but not in the random way you'd expect if a man had fallen forward suddenly. They seemed almost arranged. And then there was the letter opener itself. It was an expensive piece, clearly part of a match set with the other items on the desk. An inkwell, a blotter, a small bronze paperweight. But something about its position struck me as odd, though I couldn't immediately put my finger on what. Has anyone else been in here since the door was broken down? Just the constable who was called first, sir. And myself. Oh, and the doctor. He confirmed death and examined the wound, briefly. What did the doctor say? Single thrust, sir. Blade went straight to the heart. Would have been near instantaneous. I walked to the windows again and tested the bars. They were solid, embedded deep in the stone frame. No possibility of removing them quickly or quietly. The view beyond was of a small garden, enclosed by high walls. Even if someone had managed to get through the windows, they would have had to climb those walls to escape, and in broad daylight that would have been noticed. The more I examined the scene, the more impossible it became. Hawthorne had been murdered. That much was certain. But by whom? And how had the killer escaped from a locked room? I spent another hour in that study, measuring, examining, making notes. Murray assisted patiently, but I could see the confusion in his experienced eyes. This wasn't the sort of case the Yard was equipped to handle with our standard methods. We could interview witnesses, check alibis, search for motives, all the usual policeman's work. But when the fundamental question was how the crime could have been committed at all, those methods seemed inadequate. By the time I left the Hawthorne house, I was already dreading the conversation I would have to have with my superiors. Chief Inspector Bradstreet would want answers, and soon. The press would be sniffing around before the day was out, and I had nothing to give them but an impossible crime and a growing sense that I was out of my depth. As the hansom cab carried me back to Scotland Yard through the afternoon traffic, I found myself thinking about the case with a mixture of professional determination and personal frustration. In all my years with the Yard, I had built a reputation as a thorough, methodical investigator. I might not be the most brilliant detective in London, but I was persistent, and I got results. This case, however, seemed designed to make me look foolish. The late afternoon sun was slanting through the grimy windows of my office when I finally sat down to write my preliminary report. The blank page seemed to mock me as I struggled to find words that would convey the facts without sounding completely incompetent. How do you tell your superiors that you have a murder victim in a locked room with no apparent way for the killer to have entered or escaped? I was still wrestling with this problem when Constable Bradley knocked on my door again. Inspector? There's a gentleman to see you about the Hawthorne case. A gentleman? Says his name is Holmes, sir. Sherlock Holmes. Claims he might be able to assist with the investigation. The name meant nothing to me then, of course. How could it? But even now, looking back across all these years, I can remember the exact moment when everything changed. It was when that tall, angular figure first walked into my office with his keen grey eyes and his air of supreme confidence, and calmly informed me that the impossible crime I'd been wrestling with all day had a perfectly logical solution. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That first meeting with Holmes, the moment that would transform not just this case but my entire approach to detective work, deserves its own telling. All I knew then, as I sat in my cramped office with the October twilight gathering outside my window, was that the Hawthorne case had already proven to be unlike anything I'd encountered before, and I had no idea that the man about to walk through my door would soon show me just how much I still had to learn about the art of detection. The name Sherlock Holmes hung in the air of my office like smoke from a poorly trimmed lamp. I set down my pen and looked up at Constable Bradley, who stood shifting his weight from foot to foot, in that way young officers do when they're not quite sure how to proceed. Holmes, you said? Never heard of him. What's his connection to the case? He wouldn't say exactly, sir. Just that he'd read about the Hawthorne murder in the evening papers and thought he might be of assistance. He's a bit unusual, sir. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the weight of the day settling on my shoulders like a heavy coat. The last thing I needed was some amateur detective wasting my time with half-baked theories. London was full of them. Retired military men and bored gentlemen who fancied themselves experts in criminal matters after reading too many sensation novels. tell Mr. Holmes I appreciate his interest, but Scotland Yard has the matter well in hand. If he has any information relevant to the case, he can provide it in writing." Bradley hesitated. "Begging your pardon, sir, but he said you'd probably say that. He asked me to give you this." The constable handed me a small piece of paper, folded once. I opened it and found a single line written in a precise, angular hand. "The key to the Hawthorne case lies not in how the killer entered the room, but in why he never left it." I read the line twice, feeling an odd chill run down my spine. There was something about those words that suggested their author knew more about the case than any casual newspaper reader should. Still, I'd been a policeman long enough to be sceptical of mysterious strangers bearing cryptic messages. "Is he still here?" "Yes, sir." Waiting in the corridor. "Very well, send him in, but make it clear I haven't got all evening." Bradley disappeared, and I heard low voices in the corridor outside. Then the door opened, and I got my first look at the man who would change everything I thought I knew about detective work. He was tall, taller than myself by several inches, and thin to the point of appearing almost gaunt. His face was sharp and angular, with a prominent nose and eyes of such a pale grey they seemed almost colourless in the gaslight. He wore a dark coat and carried a hat and walking stick, but there was nothing about his appearance that particularly distinguished him from any other gentleman about town. What struck me immediately, however, was the way he looked at me. Not with the deference most civilians showed to police inspectors, but with the sort of keen, evaluating gaze I might have expected from a fellow officer. "Inspector Lestrade, I am Sherlock Holmes." His voice was crisp and clear, with the accent of education and breeding. "I believe you received my note?" "I did, Mr. Holmes, though I must say it raises more questions than it answers. Please take a seat and explain what you mean by it." He settled into the chair across from my desk with an economy of movement that suggested he was accustomed to making himself at home in any situation. His pale eyes swept the room, taking in details with the sort of methodical attention I usually associated with experienced detectives. "You have a reputation at the Yard for thoroughness, Inspector. Your colleagues speak well of your persistence and attention to detail." "Do they indeed?" I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or suspicious. "And how would you know what my colleagues say?" "I make it my business to know such things. The criminal classes of London are not particular about jurisdictional boundaries, and it serves me well to understand the capabilities of the various officers I might encounter." "Your business, Mr. Holmes." "And what business is that exactly?" "I am what you might call a consulting detective. When the official force finds itself at an impasse, I offer my services to resolve matters that conventional methods cannot address." I couldn't help but smile at that. The sheer audacity of it was almost refreshing after a day of frustration and dead ends. Here was a man who claimed he could solve cases that had stumped Scotland Yard's finest. Either he was a charlatan of the highest order or... well, I wasn't ready to consider the alternative just yet. "A consulting detective," I repeated. "I see. And you believe the Hawthorne case is one of these matters that conventional methods cannot address?" "I believe, Inspector, that you have spent the better part of today examining a locked room, cataloguing evidence, and growing increasingly frustrated with the apparent impossibility of the crime. Am I correct?" His accuracy was unsettling, but I kept my expression neutral. "The case does present certain challenges." "Indeed it does, but perhaps you would allow me to ask a few questions about your investigation. I find that a fresh perspective often illuminates details that familiarity has rendered invisible." Against my better judgment, I found myself curious to hear what this peculiar gentleman would make of the case. "Very well, Mr. Holmes. Ask your questions." "Excellent. First, tell me about the victim." What manner of man was Reginald Hawthorne? I consulted my notes, though by now I had committed most of the details to memory. Bachelor, aged 52, independent, means inherited a modest fortune from his father's shipping business. No regular employment, but involved in various charitable endeavours. By all accounts, a quiet, respectable gentleman. Habits. Routine, according to his housekeeper. Rose early, took breakfast in his study while reading the morning papers, spent his days reading, writing correspondence, occasionally receiving visitors. Retired early, rarely later than 10 o'clock. Visitors? Who visited him regularly? His solicitor, Mr. Pemberton, no relation to the housekeeper despite the name. His physician, Dr. Andrews, occasionally his nephew, young Harold Hawthorne, though Mrs. Pemberton says they weren't particularly close. Holmes leaned forward slightly. Tell me about the nephew. I flipped through my notes. Harold Hawthorne, aged 28, works as a clerk in his uncle's former shipping firm. Unmarried, lives in lodgings in Holborn, stands to inherit his uncle's estate, according to the will Mrs. Pemberton mentioned. Ah, and where was young Harold last evening? That's one of the things I'll be checking tomorrow. Mrs. Pemberton couldn't say. She leaves the house at 6 each evening and doesn't return until the following morning. I see. And what of the housekeeper herself? Mrs. Pemberton. Mary Pemberton, aged 61. Widow. Been with Hawthorne for 15 years, as I mentioned. Lives in a small cottage about half a mile away. Arrives each morning at 7 to prepare breakfast, stays until 6 to prepare his evening meal. 15 years, Holmes mused. A long service. Did she seem genuinely distressed by her employer's death? I thought back to my brief interview with Mrs. Pemberton. She had been shaken, certainly, but there had been something. She was upset, yes. Though I got the impression she was more shocked by finding the body than grieved by Hawthorne's death. She described him as a fair employer, but not a warm man. Said he could go days without speaking to her beyond giving basic instructions. Interesting. Now, about the scene itself. You said the door was locked from the inside? Yes. Heavy oak door, substantial lock. Key was still in place on the inside of the door when Mrs. Pemberton and the neighbour broke it down. And the windows? Barred, latched from the inside, no signs of tampering. I checked them thoroughly. Holmes nodded slowly. What did you make of the position of the body? Hawthorne was slumped forward over his desk, letter opener in his chest. The wound appeared to be directly to the heart. The doctor confirmed it would have been fatal almost instantly. And the papers on his desk? I paused. This was one of the details that had been troubling me all afternoon. Scattered, but not randomly, if that makes sense. Almost as if they had been arranged to look disturbed. Excellent observation, Inspector. What else struck you as unusual about the scene? The room was too neat. If there had been a struggle, surely there would have been more signs of it. But everything was in place, except for those papers and the body itself. The letter opener, was it part of a set? Yes, matched with other desk accessories. Silver with an ornate handle, expensive piece. Holmes sat back in his chair, his fingertips pressed together in a gesture I would come to recognise as characteristic. One final question for now, Inspector. In your examination of the room, did you notice any unusual odours? The question caught me off guard. Odours! Well, there was the smell of blood, naturally. And the room had been closed up all night, so it was rather stale, but nothing else that I recall. Why do you ask? Merely collecting information. The nose often detects clues that the eye misses. He rose from his chair with that same economical grace. Inspector, I wonder if you might permit me to examine the scene tomorrow? I realise it's an unusual request, but I believe I might be able to shed some light on this apparently impossible crime. I found myself in an awkward position. Every instinct I possessed as a Scotland Yard detective told me to refuse. This man, however polite and well-spoken, was still a civilian with no official standing. Allowing him access to a crime scene would be highly irregular at best. On the other hand, I was no closer to solving the case than I had been that morning. The locked room remained locked. The impossibility remained impossible, and my superiors would be demanding answers soon. What harm could there be in letting this consulting detective take a look? If he proved to be just another amateur theorist, I could dismiss him easily enough. And if, by some chance, he could actually contribute something useful, very well, Mr. Holmes. I'll meet you at the Hawthorne House tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, but I want it understood that this is Scotland Yard's investigation. You're there as an observer only. Of course, Inspector. I wouldn't dream of overstepping my bounds. There was something in his tone, a slight hint of amusement, that suggested he found my condition less binding than I intended it to be. But he gathered his hat and stick and moved toward the door. Until tomorrow morning, then. After he left, I sat alone in my office, staring at the gas flame flickering in its glass chimney. The October night had settled over London, bringing with it the familiar sounds of the great city, the clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the distant whistle of trains, the occasional shout from the street below. But my mind kept returning to that cryptic note. The key to the Hawthorne case lies not in how the killer entered the room, but in why he never left it. What could he have meant by that? If the killer never left the room, then where was he? The only person in that study when the door was broken down was Reginald Hawthorne himself, and he was certainly not his own murderer. Unless... No, that was impossible. I had examined the wound carefully. The angle of the letter opener, the force required to drive it home. It could not have been self-inflicted. Besides, what man commits suicide by stabbing himself in the heart with a letter opener when a pistol or poison would be so much more reliable? I turned my attention back to my report, but the words seemed to swim on the page. The day's investigation had been thorough, but ultimately fruitless. I had interviewed the housekeeper, examined the scene, catalogued the evidence, and spoken with the neighbours. All the proper procedures had been followed, all the usual questions asked. Yet I was no closer to understanding how Reginald Hawthorne had been murdered in a locked room than I had been when I first arrived at the scene. The thought occurred to me that perhaps I was approaching the case from the wrong angle entirely. Instead of focusing on the impossibility of the locked room, perhaps I should concentrate on the people involved. Someone had wanted Reginald Hawthorne dead badly enough to kill him. The how might be mysterious, but the who and why might yield to conventional investigation. I made a note to interview the nephew first thing in the morning, before meeting Holmes at the house. Harold Hawthorne stood to inherit his uncle's estate, always a compelling motive for murder, if he could somehow have managed the locked room trick. But even as I wrote down this line of inquiry, I knew it was grasping at straws. I had seen too many murder scenes to believe that young clerks could perform impossible feats of criminal ingenuity. The locked room remained the central problem, and until I could solve that, all the motives in the world wouldn't help me prove a case in court. The clock on my desk showed nearly 8 o'clock. The day shift had long since gone home, and the nightmen were beginning their patrols. Scotland Yard never slept, but it did settle into a different rhythm after dark. Quieter, more contemplative. It was often during these evening hours that I did my best thinking about difficult cases. Tonight, however, my thoughts kept circling back to Sherlock Holmes, and his confident assertion that he could resolve matters that conventional methods could not address. There had been something about the man, a quality of absolute certainty that was either the mark of genius or of complete delusion. Tomorrow morning would reveal which. I gathered my papers and locked them in my desk drawer. The Hawthorne case would still be waiting for me in the morning. Still impossible, still demanding answers I didn't have. But perhaps, just perhaps, this consulting detective would prove to be more than just another amateur sleuth with more enthusiasm than ability. As I walked through the corridors of Scotland Yard toward the exit, I passed other offices where dedicated men were working late on their own cases. Inspector Gregson was hunched over a fraud investigation that had been dragging on for months. Sergeant Patterson was laboriously typing up witness statements for a robbery in Whitechapel. The mundane, necessary work of criminal investigation continued as it always had. But I couldn't shake the feeling that tomorrow might bring something different. Holmes's note lay folded in my waistcoat pocket, and his cryptic words seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. The key to the Hawthorne case lies not in how the killer entered the room, but in why he never left it. The October night air was sharp and clean after the stuffiness of the office. As I walked toward the omnibus stop, London spread out around me in all its vast, mysterious complexity, millions of souls pursuing their various purposes, some honest, some decidedly not. In all that human tapestry, one thread led to a locked room in Bloomsbury and a dead man with a letter opener in his chest. Tomorrow I would learn whether Sherlock Holmes could follow that thread to its source, or whether he was simply another of London's many eccentrics, spinning theories from thin air and hoping to stumble upon the truth by accident. Either way, the Hawthorne case would not remain unsolved for long. I had made my reputation by being thorough, persistent, and methodical. If conventional methods could crack this mystery, I would find the way. And if they could not, well, then perhaps it was time to consider unconventional methods. After all, an impossible crime might require an impossible detective to solve it. The morning of October 15th dawned crisp and clear. A welcome change from the previous day's drizzle. I had spent a restless night turning over the details of the Hawthorne case in my mind, and Holmes's cryptic words had echoed through my dreams like a half-remembered melody. By 6 o'clock I was awake and dressed, reviewing my notes over a breakfast of kippers and strong tea. My first order of business was to locate Harold Hawthorne, the nephew who stood to inherit his uncle's estate. If conventional detective work could solve this puzzle, motive was the logical place to start. A young man in need of money, faced with an elderly uncle who might live for decades more. It wouldn't be the first time such circumstances had led to murder. Harold Hawthorne's lodgings were in a respectable but modest building in Holborn, the sort of place that housed clerks, junior solicitors, and other members of London's growing army of white-collar workers. The landlady, a sharp-eyed woman named Mrs. Fletcher, greeted my warrant card with a mixture of nervousness and curiosity that police visits usually provoked. "Mr. Harold?" "Oh, yes, Inspector. He's been with me nearly 3 years now. Quiet gentleman. Pays his rent regular, never any trouble. But I heard about his uncle's passing. Terrible business, that. Was Mr. Hawthorne at home last evening, Mrs. Fletcher?" "Well, now that's a bit difficult to say precisely. He came in around 7, I'd say. I was just serving dinner to my other lodgers. Had his evening meal in the dining room as usual, pleasant as you please. But as for whether he went out again later..." She shrugged helplessly. "The gentlemen come and go as they please, Inspector. I'm not one to keep track of their movements." "Did he seem agitated or upset about anything?" "Not that I noticed, though he did seem tired. Mentioned he'd been working late at the office. Poor young man works too hard, if you ask me. All hours he keeps." I made careful notes of this conversation. Harold's presence at dinner around 7 o'clock would give him an alibi for part of the evening, but there was still a window of opportunity between 8 o'clock and when Mrs. Pemberton had last seen his uncle alive, and 7 the following morning, when the body was discovered. My next stop was the shipping firm where Harold worked. The offices were located in a narrow building near the Thames, squeezed between a warehouse and a coffee merchant's establishment. The managing partner, a florid gentleman named Thornbury, received me in his cluttered office with obvious reluctance. "Harold Hawthorne?" Yes, he's one of our junior clerks. Been with us 4 years, I believe. Adequate worker, nothing more. Why? What's this about?" When I explained about his uncle's death, Thornbury's expression shifted to one of calculated concern. terrible tragedy, of course. Though I can't say I'm surprised you're making inquiries. The boy's been under considerable financial pressure lately. Financial pressure. Gambling debts, I believe. Nothing scandalous, you understand, just the usual young man's foolishness with cards and horses, but he approached me last month about an advance on his salary. Had to turn him down, naturally. Can't set that sort of precedent. This was promising. Financial pressure could certainly provide motive for murder, especially with a substantial inheritance at stake. Was he working late last evening, Mr. Thornbury? Yes, as a matter of fact, we had a rush shipment to prepare. Harold and 2 other clerks stayed past 8 o'clock to complete the paperwork. I saw him leave myself. Another piece of Harold's alibi, then. Present at work until after 8, home for dinner around 7. Wait, that didn't make sense. If he was at work past 8 and home for dinner at 7... I'm sorry, Mr. Thornbury, did you say Harold was working past 8 o'clock? But his landlady mentioned he was home for dinner at 7. Thornbury frowned. That can't be right, Inspector. I distinctly remember him working late because I had to unlock the building for him the next morning. He'd left his key inside. I felt the familiar quickening of pulse that came when an investigation began to develop complications. Either Mrs. Fletcher was mistaken about the time, or Harold Hawthorne had somehow been in 2 places at once, or someone was lying. Could you double-check with the other clerks who were working late? I'd like to confirm the exact times. Certainly, Inspector, though I'm quite sure of what I saw. 20 minutes later, I had statements from both clerks who had worked late the previous evening. Both confirmed that Harold Hawthorne had been with them until well past 8 o'clock, helping to prepare shipping documents for a cargo vessel departing that morning. One of them, a young man named Peters, specifically remembered looking at the office clock and noting it was 8:30 when they finally finished. This created a significant problem with Harold's potential involvement in his uncle's murder. If Mrs. Pemberton was correct about seeing Reginald Hawthorne alive at 8 o'clock, and if Harold had been at work until 8:30, then the nephew could not have committed the crime. The timeline simply didn't allow for it, unless, of course, Mrs. Pemberton was lying about when she had last seen her employer alive. But what possible motive could she have for deception? As I made my way back toward Bloomsbury and my appointment with Sherlock Holmes, I found myself growing increasingly frustrated. Every lead seemed to dissolve under scrutiny. Every potential suspect had an alibi that checked out. The locked room remained locked. The impossibility remained impossible. I arrived at the Hawthorne house precisely at 9 o'clock to find Holmes already there, standing on the pavement and examining the building's facade with that same methodical attention I had noticed the evening before. He was accompanied by another gentleman whom I had not previously met. "Inspector Lestrade," Holmes said as I approached. "Punctual, as I expected. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Dr. Watson." The man who stepped forward to shake my hand was shorter and stouter than Holmes, with a military bearing that suggested service in Her Majesty's forces. His grip was firm, his manner direct and pleasant. "Dr. Watson," I acknowledged. "I wasn't aware Mr. Holmes worked with a partner." "Dr. Watson occasionally assists me in my investigations," Holmes explained. "His medical expertise can be invaluable in cases involving violent death." I nodded, though privately I wondered what this small army of unofficial detectives expected to accomplish that Scotland Yard's established procedures could not. Still, I had given my word to allow Holmes to examine the scene, and I prided myself on keeping my commitments. Mrs. Pemberton met us at the front door, her face still drawn with the shock of the previous day's events. She led us through the house to the study, which remained exactly as I had left it the day before. The broken door frame stood as mute testimony to the dramatic discovery of the body. "The room has been sealed since yesterday," I informed Holmes as we entered the study. "Nothing has been disturbed." Holmes said nothing in response, but began what I can only describe as the most thorough examination of a crime scene I had ever witnessed. Where I had spent perhaps an hour the previous day cataloguing the obvious evidence, Holmes seemed determined to inspect every square inch of the room with minute attention. He began at the door, running his fingers along the broken frame and examining the lock mechanism with a magnifying glass he produced from his coat pocket. He then moved to the windows, not merely checking the latches as I had done, but measuring the spaces between the bars and examining the windowsills for microscopic traces of... well, I had no idea what. "Dr. Watson," he said at one point, "would you be so kind as to examine the body? I'm particularly interested in your assessment of the wound." While Watson bent over the corpse, Holmes continued his methodical survey. He examined the fireplace, the bookshelves, even the carpet, occasionally dropping to his hands and knees to inspect some detail invisible to my eyes. At one point he produced a small envelope and carefully scraped something from the floor into it, though I could see nothing there worth collecting. "Inspector," he said, without looking up from his examination, "you mentioned that the papers on the desk appeared to have been arranged rather than randomly scattered. Could you show me exactly what you mean?" I approached the desk and pointed to the documents spread across its surface. "See how they're fanned out? If a man had fallen forward suddenly, you'd expect them to be crumpled beneath him or pushed to one side. Instead, they're spread as if someone had deliberately arranged them to suggest disorder." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Excellent observation. What did you make of the documents themselves?" I had examined the papers the previous day, but only briefly. They appeared to be routine correspondence, letters from his solicitor about investments, a few social invitations, a bill from his tailor. Nothing that seemed relevant to his death. "Standard personal correspondence," I said. "Nothing that appeared significant." "Indeed? May I?" Holmes began examining each document carefully, holding them up to the light from the window and studying them with his magnifying glass. After several minutes, he made a small sound of satisfaction. "Dr. Watson, would you join us, please?" Watson straightened from his examination of the body. "The wound is precisely as you described, Inspector. Single thrust directly to the heart. The blade was driven with considerable force. It would have required significant strength." "Could it have been self-inflicted?" Holmes asked. "Absolutely not. The angle is all wrong, and as I said, the force required would be beyond what a man could generate against himself with such a weapon." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, then turned to me. "Inspector, I wonder if you might indulge me in a small experiment. Mrs. Pemberton, would you be so kind as to recreate your actions from yesterday morning? Pretend that you're bringing Mr. Hawthorne his breakfast." The housekeeper looked uncertain, but complied. She left the room and returned a moment later, moving more slowly than she would have naturally, glancing nervously at the shrouded form slumped over the desk. "I knocked on the door," she said, demonstrating with a tentative rap on the door frame. When there was no answer, I called out to him. Then I tried the handle. And it was locked. "Yes, sir?" I could see the key was in the lock on the inside when I bent down to look through the keyhole. "Show me exactly where you looked." Mrs. Pemberton knelt by the door and peered through the large, old-fashioned keyhole. Holmes immediately joined her, examining the lock from both sides with his magnifying glass. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Mrs. Pemberton, from that position, could you see the entire key or only part of it?" "Only part of it, sir. The end with the bow, if you know what I mean. The bit that was sticking out on this side." Holmes spent several more minutes examining the lock mechanism, occasionally making notes in a small notebook he carried. Then he turned his attention back to the room itself, focusing particularly on the area around the desk. "Inspector, you mentioned detecting no unusual odours in the room. Are you quite certain of that?" The question struck me as odd, just as it had the night before. "Quite certain. Blood, staleness from the room being closed up all night, but nothing else. Why do you keep asking about smells?" Instead of answering directly, Holmes moved to the fireplace and knelt beside the grate. Using a small tool from his pocket, he scraped at something among the cold ashes, then held his findings up to the light. "Dr. Watson, what would you make of these?" Watson examined the small fragments Holmes had collected. "They appear to be partially burned paper, but I can't make out what they might have been originally. Nor I at the moment, but they may prove significant." Holmes carefully placed the fragments in another envelope and tucked it into his coat. By this time, I was growing impatient with this seemingly random collection of minutiae. "Mr. Holmes, I appreciate your thoroughness, but I fail to see how these tiny details relate to the fundamental problem. How did the murderer escape from a locked room?" Holmes straightened and fixed me with those pale, penetrating eyes. "Inspector, has it occurred to you that perhaps you are asking the wrong question?" "I beg your pardon." "You assume that someone entered this room, killed Reginald Hawthorne, and then escaped, leaving the door locked from the inside. But what if that assumption is incorrect? Are you suggesting it was suicide after all? But Dr. Watson has just confirmed that the wound could not have been self-inflicted." "No, Inspector. I am not suggesting suicide. I am suggesting that your reconstruction of events may be fundamentally flawed." Before I could ask him to elaborate, Holmes had moved on to yet another aspect of his examination. He was now studying the victim's hands with his magnifying glass, paying particular attention to the fingernails and the positioning of the arms. "Mrs. Pemberton," he said suddenly, "was Mr. Hawthorne left-handed or right-handed?" The question seemed to startle her. "Why, right-handed, sir?" "Definitely right-handed. I've seen him write hundreds of letters." Holmes made another note, then turned to examine the letter opener protruding from the victim's chest. He didn't touch it, but studied it from multiple angles, occasionally asking Dr. Watson to hold his magnifying glass while he examined some particular detail. "The weapon itself is quite interesting," he observed. "Silver-plated, part of a matched desk set, as you noted, Inspector, but observe the handle. Do you see these small scratches near the base?" I looked where he indicated, but could see nothing remarkable. "They appear to be ordinary wear marks. Perhaps. Or perhaps they tell a different story entirely." Holmes straightened and surveyed the room one final time. "I believe I have seen enough for now." "And," I prompted, "what conclusions have you drawn from this exhaustive examination?" Holmes smiled slightly, an expression that somehow managed to be both modest and supremely confident. "I have formed several hypotheses, Inspector, but before I can present my conclusions with certainty, I require additional information." "What sort of information?" "I should like to speak with Mr. Hawthorne's solicitor and with his physician as well. I would also be interested to know more about his financial affairs and his relationship with his nephew." I felt a surge of irritation. After all this theatrical examination, Holmes was simply going to pursue the same conventional lines of inquiry that any competent detective would follow. "Mr. Holmes, with respect, these are precisely the investigations I had already planned to undertake. I hardly required a consulting detective to tell me to interview the victim's associates." "Of course not, Inspector. But I suspect we may be looking for different things in those interviews." Holmes gathered his hat and walking stick. "Might I suggest that we divide our efforts? If you would be so kind as to speak with the solicitor, I shall call upon Dr. Andrews. We could meet this evening to compare our findings. It was a reasonable suggestion, and it would allow me to pursue my own methods without Holmes's peculiar brand of microscopic attention to irrelevant details." "Very well. Shall we say 8 o'clock at Scotland Yard?" "Perfect. Dr. Watson, shall we?" As the two men prepared to leave, I found myself reluctantly impressed by the thoroughness of Holmes's examination, even if I couldn't see the point of most of it. Whatever else he might be, this consulting detective was certainly methodical. "Mr. Holmes," I called as he reached the door, "that note you sent me yesterday about the key to the case lying not in how the killer entered the room, but in why he never left it. What did you mean by that?" Holmes paused and looked back at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "All in good time, Inspector. All in good time." And with that cryptic response, he and Dr. Watson departed, leaving me alone in the study with Mrs. Pemberton and a crime scene that seemed to mock every principle of detection I had learned in my years with Scotland Yard. As I stood there, among the overturned chairs and scattered papers, I couldn't shake the feeling that Holmes had seen something in that room that had completely escaped my notice. But what? And more importantly, would it actually help solve the impossible puzzle of Reginald Hawthorne's murder? The morning sun, streaming through the barred windows, seemed to offer no answers. Only more questions. But I had work to do, and a reputation to maintain. Whether or not this Sherlock Holmes proved to be the genius he appeared to believe himself to be, Scotland Yard would continue its methodical pursuit of the truth, even if that truth seemed determined to remain forever locked away in an impossible room. The offices of Pemberton, Wells and Associates occupied the second floor of a respectable building in Lincoln's Inn, the sort of establishment that had been handling the legal affairs of London's middle classes for generations. The brass nameplate outside the door was polished to a mirror shine, and the waiting room spoke of quiet prosperity, leather-bound volumes, dark wood panelling, and the musty smell of old paper that seems to permeate all solicitors' offices. Mr. James Pemberton proved to be a thin, precise man in his 60s with wire-rimmed spectacles and the sort of methodical manner that inspires confidence in clients worried about their wills and property deeds. He received me in his private office with the grave courtesy that death always seems to demand from legal professionals. "Inspector Lestrade, yes. I've been expecting someone from Scotland Yard. Terrible business about poor Reginald. Simply terrible." He gestured for me to take a seat in one of the leather chairs facing his desk. "Though I must say I'm somewhat puzzled by the circumstances as they've been described in the morning papers. A locked room? Surely there must be some mistake." "I'm afraid not, Mr. Pemberton. The door was definitely locked from the inside when the body was discovered. That's part of what makes this case so challenging." I opened my notebook. "I understand you were Mr. Hawthorne's solicitor for many years." "Indeed. Nearly 20 years, in fact. I handled all his legal affairs after his father's death, the estate, his investments, various charitable donations. A more straightforward client you could hardly ask for." "What can you tell me about his financial situation?" Pemberton removed his spectacles and cleaned them carefully, a gesture that gave him time to consider his response. "Comfortable, Inspector. Not wealthy by the standards of the truly rich, but certainly comfortable. The shipping business his father built provided him with a steady income, and he was quite prudent in his investments. No debts, no financial pressures, none whatsoever. If anything, his wealth had been growing steadily. He lived modestly and spent carefully." Pemberton replaced his spectacles and leaned forward slightly. "Inspector, may I ask why you're inquiring about his finances? Surely you don't suspect robbery as a motive. The papers mentioned nothing had been taken from the house." "We're exploring all possibilities, Mr. Pemberton." "What about his will? Who stands to inherit?" "Primarily his nephew, Harold Hawthorne. There are small bequests to his housekeeper and to several charities, but the bulk of the estate, perhaps £8,000, goes to the boy. £8,000. A considerable sum for a young clerk struggling with gambling debts. More than enough to provide motive for murder if Harold had somehow managed the impossible trick of killing his uncle in a locked room." "When was the will last updated?" Oh, quite recently, as it happens, just last month, in fact, September 20th, if memory serves. This was interesting. What changes were made? Pemberton consulted a file on his desk. Previously, Harold was to inherit only half the estate, with the remainder going to various charities. But Reginald decided to increase the bequest to his nephew substantially. Did he give any reason for this change? He mentioned that Harold had been having some financial difficulties, gambling debts, I believe, and he wanted to ensure the young man would have enough to start fresh. Reginald was quite fond of him, despite their rather formal relationship. So Harold knew about his increased inheritance. The plot was thickening, but in a direction that made the locked room mystery even more perplexing. If Harold had known he was due to inherit substantially more than previously planned, why risk everything by committing murder, unless his debts were more pressing than anyone realised? Mr. Pemberton, did Mr. Hawthorne seem troubled about anything recently? Any concerns he might have shared with you? The solicitor was quiet for a long moment, his fingers drumming silently on the desk blotter. Well, there was one thing, though I'm not sure it's relevant. About a week ago, Reginald came to see me with a rather unusual request. He wanted to know about the legal procedures for changing his will again. Again? So soon after the previous revision? That's what struck me as odd. When I asked what changes he was considering, he became quite evasive, said he was just exploring his options, nothing definite, but he seemed agitated, I suppose. Not at all his usual calm self. This was a significant development. Did he give any hint about what kind of changes he was contemplating? None at all. I suggested he take some time to think it over. Given that we had only recently updated the document, he agreed, but asked me to prepare some general information about the process. I was planning to send it to him this week. I made careful notes of this conversation. A man considering changing his will shortly before his death was always suspicious, particularly when he seemed troubled or agitated. But again, it did nothing to explain how he had been murdered in a room locked from the inside. One final question, Mr. Pemberton. In your professional opinion, was there anything in Mr. Hawthorne's character or circumstances that might have led him to take his own life? The solicitor's expression showed genuine surprise. Suicide? Good heavens, Inspector, absolutely not! Reginald was one of the most balanced, rational men I've ever known. He had his comfortable routine, his charitable interests, his books. Whatever was troubling him recently, it certainly wasn't serious enough to drive him to self-destruction. I thanked Pemberton for his time and made my way back onto the streets of London. The afternoon sun was struggling through the usual pall of smoke and fog that hung over the city, casting everything in that peculiar greyish light that seems unique to London in autumn. As I walked, I tried to piece together what I had learned. Harold Hawthorne stood to inherit £8,000. A powerful motive, but his alibi for the time of the murder seemed solid. Reginald Hawthorne had recently been contemplating changes to his will and had seemed agitated about something, but there was no evidence of suicidal intent, and the medical evidence clearly indicated murder. The locked room remained the central puzzle. Every other aspect of the case might yield to conventional investigation, but that fundamental impossibility continued to mock all attempts at rational explanation. I was so absorbed in these thoughts that I barely noticed the familiar figure approaching until he was directly in front of me. Sherlock Holmes, walking briskly along the pavement with that same economical stride I'd observed before. "Inspector Lestrade! What excellent timing. I was just on my way to Scotland Yard to meet you." I checked my pocket watch. "It's only 4 o'clock, Mr. Holmes. We agreed to meet at 8. Yes, but circumstances have changed rather dramatically. I've just come from my interview with Dr. Andrews, and I believe we need to discuss what I've learned immediately." There was something in his manner, an urgency, almost an excitement, that suggested he had discovered something significant. Despite my scepticism about his methods, I found myself curious to hear what he had to say. Very well. There's a coffee house around the corner where we can speak privately. The establishment I led him to was one of those anonymous London coffee houses that cater to clerks and small businessmen, quiet, respectable, and unlikely to be frequented by newspaper reporters looking for information about sensational murder cases. We settled into a corner booth, and I waited while Holmes ordered coffee with the sort of precise instructions that suggested he was accustomed to getting exactly what he wanted. "Now then, Mr. Holmes, what has you so excited?" Dr. Andrews proved to be most informative, Inspector. Most informative indeed. Holmes leaned forward, his pale eyes bright with something that might have been triumph. "Tell me, what did you learn from the solicitor?" I summarised my conversation with Pemberton, including the details about Harold's inheritance and Reginald's recent agitation about changing his will. Holmes listened intently, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of interest. "Excellent," he said when I finished. "That confirms several of my suspicions. Now, allow me to share what Dr. Andrews revealed about his patient's final weeks." Holmes pulled out his notebook and consulted it briefly. "Dr. Andrews has been treating Reginald Hawthorne for nearly 15 years. By all accounts, Hawthorne was in excellent health for a man of his age. No serious ailments, no chronic conditions. However, Dr. Andrews did notice some troubling changes during his last few visits." "What sort of changes?" "Mental changes, Inspector. About 3 weeks ago, Hawthorne began complaining of periods of confusion and memory loss. He would forget conversations he'd had only days earlier, or become disoriented about where he was or what day it was." I felt a chill of recognition. These symptoms sounded ominously familiar. "Are you suggesting he was losing his mind?" That was Dr. Andrews' initial concern. The symptoms were consistent with the early stages of senile dementia, a tragic but not uncommon condition in men of advanced years. However, Dr. Andrews noted something unusual about the progression of Hawthorne's condition. Holmes paused to sip his coffee, clearly savouring the moment. I had to admit, despite my irritation with his theatrical manner, he had succeeded in capturing my complete attention. "The symptoms were intermittent," he continued. "One day Hawthorne would be perfectly lucid and rational. The next he would be confused and disoriented. This irregular pattern concerned Dr. Andrews considerably." "Why?" "Because senile dementia typically follows a more predictable course of decline. The symptoms may vary in severity from day to day, but they rarely disappear completely and then return in full force." Holmes set down his coffee cup with deliberate precision. Dr. Andrews began to suspect that his patient's condition might not be entirely natural. The implications of this hit me like a physical blow. "You're suggesting he was being poisoned?" Dr. Andrews was suspicious enough to recommend that Hawthorne consider having his food and drink tested. He even provided him with the name of a reliable chemist who could perform such analysis discreetly. And did Hawthorne follow this advice? According to Dr. Andrews, he was planning to do so. In fact, the doctor gave him a set of small glass vials and specific instructions on how to collect samples of anything he consumed over the course of several days. The plan was for Hawthorne to bring the samples to Dr. Andrews' office this week. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. If Reginald Hawthorne had been systematically poisoned, it would explain his agitation about changing his will. It would also provide a compelling motive for murder. Someone who knew they were about to be exposed might well resort to more direct methods. "Mr. Holmes, this is a significant development, but it still doesn't explain the locked room. If someone was poisoning Hawthorne over a period of weeks, why resort to stabbing him with a letter opener? And how did they manage it in a room secured from the inside?" Holmes smiled, that peculiar, almost secretive smile I was beginning to recognise as characteristic. "Ah, Inspector, now we come to the heart of the matter. Tell me, during your examination of the crime scene, did you notice anything unusual about the victim's position? I thought back to the scene in the study. He was slumped forward over his desk. The letter opener was protruding from his chest. Nothing particularly unusual about that, given the circumstances. What about his hands? Did you observe the position of his hands? They were spread across the desk surface, as you'd expect if he'd fallen forward suddenly. And did it not strike you as odd that a man who had been stabbed in the heart, a violent, shocking death, should have fallen forward so neatly? The question caught me off guard. I had been so focused on the impossibility of the locked room that I hadn't given much thought to the details of how the body had been positioned. I'm not sure I follow your reasoning. Consider this, Inspector. A man is attacked with a knife. His natural instinct would be to defend himself, to grasp at the weapon, to struggle with his attacker. Yet Hawthorne's hands showed no defensive wounds, no signs of having fought for his life. They were positioned almost as if he had simply laid his head down for a rest. I tried to visualize the scene again, this time focusing on the details Holmes was highlighting. Are you suggesting the body was arranged after death? I am suggesting several possibilities, Inspector. But first, let me share one more crucial piece of information from Dr. Andrews. Holmes consulted his notebook again. The doctor mentioned that he had given Hawthorne a particular instruction regarding the poison testing. He told him to be especially careful about anything he consumed in the evening, as that seemed to be when his symptoms were most pronounced. The evening? Yes. Dr. Andrews specifically advised him to collect samples of his evening tea, any food he might consume after dinner, even his nighttime dose of digestive powder. Digestive powder? A common remedy for indigestion, Inspector. Hawthorne had been taking it regularly for years, according to Dr. Andrews. A simple mixture of bicarbonate of soda and other mild compounds, taken in warm water before bed. Something in Holmes's tone suggested this detail was more significant than it appeared. And you think this powder might have been tampered with? I think, Inspector, that if someone had regular access to Hawthorne's household and wished to poison him gradually, the digestive powder would be an ideal vehicle. A small amount of the wrong substance mixed in over time could produce exactly the symptoms Dr. Andrews observed. This was beginning to form a coherent theory. Someone with access to Hawthorne's home had been slowly poisoning him, probably trying to drive him to madness or death by degrees. When Hawthorne became suspicious and planned to have his food tested, the poisoner realised they were about to be exposed and decided on more direct action. But we still come back to the same problem, I pointed out. How did the killer escape from a locked room? Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingertips pressed together in that characteristic gesture. Inspector, what if I told you that the killer never entered the room at all? That's impossible. The man was murdered with a letter opener. Someone had to drive that blade into his chest. Indeed, someone did. But consider this possibility. What if Reginald Hawthorne was already dying when he was stabbed? What if the poison had done most of the work and the letter opener was simply a finishing touch? I stared at him, trying to follow his reasoning. You're suggesting someone stabbed a dying man? But why? And how does that solve the locked room problem? Think about it, Inspector. A man who has been systematically poisoned, who suspects someone is trying to kill him, who has collected evidence that might expose his would-be murderer. Such a man might well lock himself in his study for safety. He might even... Holmes paused dramatically. He might even take desperate measures to ensure his killer could not escape justice. What sort of desperate measures? Instead of answering directly, Holmes reached into his coat and withdrew the envelope containing the partially burned paper fragments he had collected from the fireplace. Inspector, I took the liberty of having these analysed by a chemist of my acquaintance. Would you care to guess what they proved to be? I examined the tiny scraps of paper but could make out no distinguishing features. I have no idea. Fragments of a will, Inspector. Specifically, fragments of the will that Reginald Hawthorne had been considering changing. The implications hit me immediately. You mean he had already prepared a new will? One that would have disinherited someone who expected to inherit? Precisely. And I believe, Inspector, that when we examine those fragments more closely, we will find that Harold Hawthorne was not the only person who stood to lose by any changes to his uncle's testament. Holmes signalled for the waiter to bring more coffee, then settled back with the satisfied air of a man who had just delivered a particularly effective speech. I, meanwhile, felt as though my understanding of the entire case had just been turned upside down. Mr. Holmes, you seem to be suggesting that multiple people had motive to kill Reginald Hawthorne, but that still doesn't explain the mechanics of the crime. Even if he was dying from poison, someone still had to stab him with that letter opener. Ah, Holmes said, his eyes glittering with that peculiar intensity I was learning to associate with his moments of greatest insight. But what if he stabbed himself? That's impossible. Dr. Watson confirmed the wound could not have been self-inflicted. Dr. Watson confirmed that the wound as we found it could not have been self-inflicted, Holmes corrected. But what if what we found was not exactly what originally occurred? Before I could ask him to explain this cryptic statement, Holmes was already rising from his chair. Inspector, I believe it's time we returned to the Hawthorne house. There are certain experiments I need to conduct and certain evidence I need to verify. The truth about this impossible murder is within our grasp. As we made our way back through the crowded London streets, my mind was reeling with the implications of Holmes's theories. Systematic poisoning, multiple suspects, destroyed wills, staged crime scenes. It was like something out of a penny dreadful rather than a real Scotland Yard case. But despite my scepticism about Holmes's theatrical methods and cryptic pronouncements, I couldn't deny that he had uncovered information that had completely escaped my own investigation. The symptoms Dr. Andrews had described, the timing of Hawthorne's will changes, the burned documents in the fireplace, all of these details painted a picture far more complex than the simple locked room mystery I had initially believed I was facing. The question now was whether Holmes could make good on his confident assertion that he could solve the fundamental puzzle of how Reginald Hawthorne had been murdered in a room secured from the inside. The theory of self-inflicted wounds seemed preposterous, but then the entire case had been preposterous from the beginning. As we approached the familiar Georgian facade of the Hawthorne house, I found myself in the peculiar position of being both deeply sceptical of this consulting detective's methods and genuinely eager to see what he would reveal next. Whatever else Sherlock Holmes might be, he was certainly not boring. The afternoon sun was already beginning to fade as we reached the front door, and long shadows were stretching across the quiet street. Soon it would be evening, the time when, according to Dr. Andrews, Reginald Hawthorne's mysterious symptoms had always been at their worst. Perhaps, I thought, as Holmes raised his hand to the brass knocker, we were about to learn why. Mrs. Pemberton answered the door with obvious reluctance, her face drawn with the strain of the past 2 days. The poor woman looked as though she had aged a decade since I had first met her, and I found myself wondering how much of her distress was genuine grief and how much was something else entirely. "Inspector Lestrade, Mr. Holmes," she said, stepping aside to admit us. "I wasn't expecting you back so soon." "My apologies for the intrusion, Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes said with that peculiar combination of courtesy and authority I was beginning to recognise as characteristic. "But I'm afraid there are certain aspects of this case that require immediate clarification." As we made our way through the familiar corridors toward the study, I noticed Holmes observing everything with renewed attention: the family portraits, the arrangement of furniture, even the pattern of wear on the carpeting. It was as if he was seeing the house for the first time, though we had been here only that morning. "Mrs. Pemberton," he said as we reached the study door, "I wonder if you might indulge me in a few questions about Mr. Hawthorne's daily routine?" "Of course, sir. Though I'm not sure what more I can tell you that might be helpful." Holmes produced his notebook and consulted it briefly. "You mentioned that you prepared Mr. Hawthorne's evening meal before departing each day at 6 o'clock. What exactly did this meal typically consist of?" The question seemed to surprise her. "Well, nothing elaborate, sir. Mr. Hawthorne was a man of simple tastes, usually a cold supper, some sliced meat, bread, perhaps a bit of cheese, and his evening tea, of course." "His evening tea, yes, that's particularly interesting. Did you prepare the tea service before leaving, or did Mr. Hawthorne prepare it himself?" "Oh, I always prepared it, sir. Had done for years. Mr. Hawthorne was quite particular about his tea. Liked it prepared just so, with the proper temperature water, and steeped for exactly 4 minutes. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "And where did you prepare this tea service?" "In the kitchen, sir." Then I would carry it to the study and place it on the small table beside his reading chair. The same routine every evening for 15 years. Nearly every evening, yes, sir. Mr. Hawthorne was a creature of habit. I was beginning to see where Holmes's questions were leading, and I felt that familiar quickening of pulse that came when an investigation began to reveal its hidden patterns. If someone had been systematically poisoning Reginald Hawthorne, his evening tea would have provided the perfect opportunity. "Mrs. Pemberton," I interjected, "during the past few weeks, had you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Hawthorne's behaviour? Any changes in his routine or his manner?" She hesitated, her hands twisting the fabric of her apron. "Well, now that you mention it, Inspector, he had been acting rather strangely. Forgetting things he'd told me to do, asking me the same questions over and over, and he seemed nervous somehow, always looking over his shoulder, jumping at unexpected sounds." "When did you first notice these changes?" "Perhaps 3 weeks ago, sir." "Maybe a bit longer. At first I thought he might be coming down with something. He'd always been such a sharp, organised gentleman. But then the confusion seemed to get worse." Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with me. The timing aligned perfectly with Dr. Andrews' observations about his patient's mental deterioration. "Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes continued, "I need to ask you a rather delicate question. During these past few weeks, did anyone else have access to the house? Any visitors who might have been here when you were absent?" The housekeeper's expression became guarded. "Well, sir, there were the usual visitors. Mr. Harold came by a few times, and Dr. Andrews, of course. Mr. Pemberton, the solicitor, was here last month." "Anyone else?" "Perhaps someone who visited regularly. Someone who might have had reason to be in the kitchen or near Mr. Hawthorne's food." Mrs. Pemberton was quiet for a long moment, and I could see her wrestling with some internal conflict. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "There was Miss Caroline, sir." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "Miss Caroline? Miss Caroline Hartwell. She's been calling on Mr. Hawthorne quite regularly these past few months. A lovely young lady, very proper. I believe Mr. Hawthorne was quite fond of her." This was the first I'd heard of any Miss Caroline Hartwell, and I felt a surge of irritation that this information hadn't emerged during my initial interviews. "Mrs. Pemberton, why didn't you mention this lady before?" "Well, Inspector, it wasn't really my place to comment on Mr. Hawthorne's personal affairs, and Miss Caroline seemed such a nice young woman. I couldn't imagine she would have anything to do with what happened." Holmes, meanwhile, had gone very still, his pale eyes fixed on Mrs. Pemberton with laser-like intensity. Tell me about Miss Hartwell's visits. How often did she come? What was the nature of her relationship with Mr. Hawthorne? She began calling perhaps 4 months ago, sir. Always very proper. Came during regular visiting hours, never stayed past 6 o'clock when I departed. She said she was interested in Mr. Hawthorne's charitable work, wanted to learn about his various causes, and Mr. Hawthorne's attitude toward her. Mrs. Pemberton's cheeks coloured slightly. I believe he was quite taken with her, sir. He'd never shown much interest in female companionship before, but Miss Caroline seemed to bring out a different side of him. He'd spend hours preparing for her visits, choosing which books to show her, planning conversation topics. I was scribbling notes as fast as I could write. A young woman with regular access to Hawthorne's home, appearing just months before his death, and clearly having some influence over a lonely bachelor. It was a classic pattern, one that any experienced detective would recognise immediately. "Mrs. Pemberton," I said, "did Miss Hartwell ever visit the kitchen? Or help you prepare refreshments for her calls?" "Why, yes, Inspector." She was quite insistent about helping, said it wasn't proper for me to wait on her, that she'd be happy to prepare the tea service herself. Very considerate of her, I thought. Holmes and I exchanged another significant look. A young woman with regular access to the victim's tea service, appearing shortly before he began showing symptoms of poisoning, visiting a wealthy bachelor who might be expected to remember her kindly in his will. The pattern was becoming unmistakable. "What did Miss Hartwell look like?" Holmes asked. "Oh, quite attractive, sir. Dark hair, well dressed, spoke like a lady of good breeding. Perhaps 25 or so. She always carried herself with such dignity." "And you believed her story about being interested in Mr. Hawthorne's charitable work?" Mrs. Pemberton looked uncomfortable. "At first, yes, sir. But as the visits continued, I began to wonder. Well, it seemed to me that she was more interested in Mr. Hawthorne himself than in his charitable activities, and he was certainly interested in her." Holmes stood up abruptly and began pacing around the study, his hands clasped behind his back. I could practically see his mind working, fitting together pieces of the puzzle that had been scattered and meaningless only hours before. "Mrs. Pemberton, I need you to think very carefully. When was Miss Hartwell's last visit?" "Let me see. It was Monday evening, sir, the day before Mr. Hawthorne was found dead." "Monday evening? But you said she never stayed past 6 o'clock. That's what made it unusual, sir. She arrived just as I was preparing to leave, around 5:30. Said she needed to speak with Mr. Hawthorne about an urgent matter. I offered to stay and prepare tea for them, but she insisted she could manage it herself." "And you left them alone together?" "Yes, sir. Miss Caroline assured me she would see herself out, and Mr. Hawthorne seemed quite pleased by her unexpected visit." Holmes stopped pacing and fixed Mrs. Pemberton with that penetrating stare. "This is extremely important. Did you see Miss Hartwell leave the house?" "No, sir. I departed through the kitchen door as usual, and she would have left through the front entrance. But I assumed she had gone home at her usual time." "What time did you arrive the following morning?" 7 o'clock, as always, sir." "That's when I discovered what had happened." Holmes was quiet for a moment, clearly calculating something. Then he turned to me with an expression of grim satisfaction. "Inspector, I believe we need to locate Miss Caroline Hartwell immediately." Before I could respond, Holmes had moved to the study and was examining the tea service that still sat on the small table beside Hawthorne's reading chair. The china was of good quality, but not ostentatious, the sort of set a respectable gentleman might use for entertaining visitors. "Mrs. Pemberton, was this tea service used for Miss Hartwell's visit on Monday evening?" "I assume so, sir. It's the set Mr. Hawthorne always used for guests." Holmes produced his magnifying glass and began examining the teapot and cups with minute attention. After several minutes, he made a small sound of satisfaction and carefully scraped something into one of his envelopes. "Most illuminating," he murmured. Inspector, I believe we have our smoking gun, so to speak. What have you found? Traces of a white crystalline substance adhering to the inside of this teacup. I suspect chemical analysis will prove it to be something rather more sinister than sugar. I felt a chill of excitement. Physical evidence of poisoning would transform this case from an impossible puzzle into a straightforward murder investigation. Can you determine what the substance is? Not definitively without proper analysis, but I have strong suspicions. The symptoms Dr. Andrews described, confusion, memory loss, disorientation, are consistent with several readily available compounds. Arsenic is the most obvious candidate, but there are others that might produce similar effects. Holmes carefully sealed the envelope containing his sample and tucked it into his coat. Inspector, we need to move quickly. If Miss Caroline Hartwell is our killer, she may already be preparing to disappear now that her victim is dead. But we still haven't solved the fundamental problem, I pointed out. How was Hawthorne murdered in a locked room? Even if Miss Hartwell poisoned him, someone still had to stab him with that letter opener. Holmes smiled that enigmatic smile I was beginning to know so well. Ah, but Inspector, what if those two events are not as separate as they appear? What if the poisoning and the stabbing were part of a single, carefully orchestrated plan? Before I could ask him to elaborate, Holmes had moved to the desk where Hawthorne's body had been found. He stood behind the chair where the victim had been discovered, studying the scene with that methodical attention to detail I had observed before. Mrs. Pemberton, he said suddenly, when you found Mr. Hawthorne's body yesterday morning, was this study door locked? Yes, sir. I had to call Mr. Collins from next door to help me break it down. And you're certain the key was on the inside of the door? Absolutely certain, sir. I could see it through the keyhole. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, then moved to examine the lock mechanism again. Inspector, would you mind assisting me with a small experiment? What sort of experiment? I want to test whether it's possible to lock this door from the outside while leaving the key on the inside. I was sceptical, but curious enough to cooperate. What do you need me to do? Stand outside the door with Mrs. Pemberton. I'm going to close the door from this side and attempt to manipulate the lock mechanism. Holmes positioned himself inside the study and closed the door. I heard the sound of the lock engaging, then several minutes of quiet, clicking and scraping sounds. Finally, his voice came through the door. Inspector, can you see the key through the keyhole? I bent down and peered through the large, old-fashioned keyhole. The key was clearly visible, positioned as it would be if someone had locked the door from the inside. Yes, I can see it. Now try the door handle. I turned the handle, but the door remained firmly locked. It's secure. Excellent. Now, Mrs. Pemberton, would you be so kind as to fetch a thin piece of wire from the kitchen? A skewer or something similar. While Mrs. Pemberton was gone, I heard more sounds from inside the study. Footsteps, the scraping of furniture, occasional muttered comments from Holmes. When the housekeeper returned with a long, thin skewer, Holmes's voice came through the door again. Slide the skewer under the door, if you would. I pushed the skewer through the narrow gap at the bottom of the door. A moment later, there was a soft click, and the door swung open to reveal Holmes standing there with a satisfied expression. And there you have it, he announced. The mystery of the locked room solved. I stared at him in amazement. How did you do that? Simple mechanics, Inspector. The lock on this door is quite old, with a large keyhole and a correspondingly simple mechanism. By using a piece of string tied to the key, it's possible to lock the door from the outside, then pull the string back through the keyhole, leaving the key apparently positioned as if the door had been locked from the inside. He demonstrated the technique, showing how a thin string could be threaded through the keyhole and attached to the key. Once the door was locked, a gentle tug on the string would pull it back through the keyhole, leaving no trace of how the trick had been accomplished. But How did you know this was possible? I asked. Elementary observation, Inspector. When I examined the lock yesterday, I noticed tiny scratches around the keyhole that suggested something had been repeatedly inserted and withdrawn, combined with microscopic fibres that appeared to be from ordinary household string. The implications were staggering. If the door could be locked from the outside while appearing to have been secured from within, then the entire foundation of the case was overturned. Reginald Hawthorne had not been murdered in an impossible locked room. He had been murdered by someone who had cleverly created the illusion of an impossible crime. Mrs. Pemberton, I said urgently, I need you to think very carefully. You said Miss Hartwell visited on Monday evening and that you left them alone together. Are you absolutely certain she had departed by the time you arrived Tuesday morning? The housekeeper's face had gone very pale. I assumed she had, Inspector, but now that you mention it, I never actually saw her leave. Holmes was nodding grimly. I believe, Inspector, that Miss Caroline Hartwell spent Monday night in this house. I believe she poisoned Reginald Hawthorne's evening tea with a carefully calculated dose, enough to render him unconscious but not immediately fatal. Then, while he lay helpless, she stabbed him with the letter opener. But why not simply let the poison do its work? Because, Inspector, she needed his death to appear sudden and unexpected. A man who died from poisoning might have his food analysed, his symptoms investigated. But a man murdered in a locked room, that would be seen as an impossible crime, a mystery that might never be solved. The perfect cover for the perfect murder. I was beginning to see the diabolical cleverness of the plan. She counted on us being so focused on the impossibility of the locked room that we wouldn't investigate other aspects of the case thoroughly. Precisely. And she very nearly succeeded. If not for Dr. Andrews' suspicions about his patient's symptoms, we might never have discovered the poisoning angle at all. Mrs. Pemberton had sunk into a chair, her face ashen with shock and, I suspected, guilt. "Oh, my God," she whispered. "I let her into the house. I left her alone with him. I might as well have murdered him myself." "Mrs. Pemberton," Holmes said gently, "you were deceived by a very clever and ruthless woman. The fault is entirely hers, not yours." But I was already thinking ahead to the practical aspects of the investigation. "We need to find Caroline Hartwell immediately. Do you have an address for her, Mrs. Pemberton?" The housekeeper shook her head miserably. "She never gave me one, Inspector. Said she preferred to call upon Mr. Hawthorne rather than have him visit her. I thought it was proper modesty at the time, but now... What about a full name? Family connections? Anything that might help us locate her?" "She mentioned having a brother in the shipping business, I believe, and she sometimes spoke of growing up in Brighton, but I'm afraid I don't know much more than that." Holmes was pacing again, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. "Inspector, we need to consider that Caroline Hartwell may not be this woman's real name. If she planned this murder carefully, and the evidence suggests she did, she would hardly use her own identity. Then how do we find her? We start with what we know. She claimed an interest in shipping, possibly true, given Hawthorne's background in that industry. She mentioned Brighton as her childhood home, also possibly true, as the best lies contain elements of fact. And most importantly, she had detailed knowledge of Hawthorne's habits and routines. You think she targeted him specifically?" "I'm certain of it. This was not a crime of passion or opportunity. This was a carefully planned assassination, executed by someone who had studied her victim extensively." As we prepared to leave the Hawthorne house, my mind was reeling with the implications of what we had discovered. What had begun as an impossible locked-room mystery had transformed into something far more sinister. A a cold-blooded murder planned and executed with remarkable cunning. The evening shadows were growing long as we stepped out onto the street, and London was beginning to take on that mysterious quality it possessed after dark. Somewhere in this vast city, a woman who called herself Caroline Hartwell was probably congratulating herself on the perfect crime. She had murdered a lonely, wealthy man and made it appear impossible. She had very nearly gotten away with it. But as I glanced at Sherlock Holmes striding along beside me with that characteristic air of focused intensity, I felt a surge of confidence. Whatever else this consulting detective might be, he was clearly a formidable opponent for anyone foolish enough to pit their wits against him. The hunt for Caroline Hartwell was about to begin, and I had a feeling it was going to be unlike anything Scotland Yard had ever attempted before. The gaslight flickered against the October darkness as Holmes and I made our way back through the London streets towards Scotland Yard. My mind was churning with everything we had discovered, but one nagging doubt continued to trouble me as we walked through the maze of narrow lanes and busy thoroughfares. "Mr. Holmes," I said, as we paused at a crossing to let a heavily laden dray cart rumble past, "there's something about this Caroline Hartwell business that doesn't quite add up." Holmes glanced at me with that sharp, evaluating look I was becoming accustomed to. "Indeed. What aspect troubles you, Inspector?" "The timeline. If she poisoned Hawthorne on Monday evening and then stayed overnight to stage the locked room murder, why wasn't the body discovered until Tuesday morning? Mrs. Pemberton arrives at 7 o'clock sharp every day. How did Caroline manage to escape without being seen?" "An excellent question," Holmes replied, stepping around a pile of horse manure with fastidious care. "And one that suggests our Miss Hartwell is even more cunning than I initially credited. Tell me, Inspector, what do you know about the layout of the Hawthorne house?" I thought back to my examination of the property. "Standard Georgian terrace, front entrance, kitchen door at the rear, small garden enclosed by high walls. And the neighbouring properties? Similar houses on both sides. The neighbour who helped Mrs. Pemberton break down the door lives to the east. I didn't examine the property to the west in detail." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "I believe a closer inspection of the surrounding area may prove enlightening. But first we need to determine whether our suspect is still in London or whether she has already fled to safer ground." We had reached Scotland Yard by this time, and the familiar bustle of the evening shift was evident as we climbed the worn stone steps. Constables were filing reports, sergeants were briefing their men on the night's patrol routes, and the endless machinery of law enforcement was grinding its way through another day of London's countless crimes and misdemeanours. My office felt almost cosy after the chill autumn air, and I was grateful to settle behind my desk with a cup of strong tea while Holmes arranged himself in the visitor's chair with his usual economical grace. "Now then," I said, pulling out my notebook and reviewing the day's discoveries, "we need to approach this systematically. We have a suspect with a false identity, no known address, and a significant head start. Where do we begin?" Holmes steepled his fingers and gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling. "We begin with what we know to be true and work outward from there. Caroline Hartwell, or whatever her real name might be, made several claims during her visits to the Hawthorne house. Some of these claims were certainly false, designed to gain access and establish trust, but others may have contained elements of truth, such as her alleged connection to the shipping industry, for instance. If she targeted Reginald Hawthorne specifically, and I'm convinced she did, then she must have had some knowledge of his background and financial situation. The shipping connection may be genuine. I made a note of this. What about her claim to have grown up in Brighton? Possibly true, possibly false, but if she did grow up there, it would explain how a young woman of apparent respectability could move to London and establish herself without attracting unwanted attention. Provincial connections often provide the perfect cover for assumed identities. And the brother she mentioned? Holmes's eyes sharpened with interest. Ah, that's particularly intriguing. If her brother is indeed involved in shipping, and if she targeted Hawthorne because of his shipping connections, then we may have a family conspiracy rather than a lone killer. The implications were disturbing. A single murderer was one thing, but a family of criminals working together presented far more complex challenges. How do we investigate something like that? We start with the shipping registries, Inspector. London's docks handle thousands of vessels every year, but the shipping trade is still a relatively small community. If there's a family involved in maritime commerce, someone will know of them. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the night-shrouded city. However, I suspect our immediate concern should be whether Caroline Hartwell is still in London at all. A woman who could plan and execute such an elaborate murder would certainly have prepared an escape route. The ports, I said, understanding immediately. If she's planning to flee the country, she'd most likely try to book passage on a ship. Precisely. And given her apparent familiarity with the shipping trade, she would know exactly which vessels to approach and which questions to avoid. I was already reaching for my coat. The night was still young, and if Caroline Hartwell was planning to escape by sea, every hour we delayed increased the chance that she would slip through our fingers entirely. Where do we start? I asked as we prepared to leave my office. The Thames, Inspector. If she's booking passage tonight, she'll be at one of the major docks, London Bridge, or possibly the West India docks. We'll need to divide our efforts to cover as much ground as possible. As we made our way back through the corridors of Scotland Yard, I paused to collect Constable Bradley and 2 other reliable men. If we found Caroline Hartwell, I wanted to be certain we had sufficient manpower to prevent her escape. The London docks at night were a world unto themselves, a maze of warehouses, taverns and boarding houses that catered to sailors, merchants and the countless other individuals whose livelihoods depended on the endless flow of commerce between Britain and her far-flung empire. Gas lamps cast wavering pools of yellow light across wet cobblestones, while the masts of sailing ships rose like a leafless forest against the cloudy sky. Holmes seemed entirely at home in this environment, moving through the narrow streets and crowded taverns with the confidence of a man who had spent considerable time among London's maritime community. He questioned dock workers, ship's officers, and boarding house keepers with a skill that would have done credit to any Scotland Yard detective. I, meanwhile, focused on the passenger booking offices, checking the manifests of ships scheduled to depart in the coming days. It was tedious work, but gradually a pattern began to emerge. "Mr. Holmes," I called as he emerged from a particularly disreputable-looking tavern near Wapping Old Stairs. "I think I've found something." He joined me at the booking office where I had been examining departure records. "The merchant vessel Cassandra, bound for Constantinople, is scheduled to depart on the morning tide," I explained. "She's carrying both cargo and passengers, and one of the passenger bookings is for a Miss Catherine Harrison." Holmes studied the manifest with obvious interest. Catherine Harrison. Close enough to Caroline Hartwell to be plausible, but different enough to avoid casual recognition. When was this booking made? Yesterday afternoon, according to the clerk. A young lady paid the fare in cash and said she was travelling to visit relatives in the Ottoman Empire. Did the clerk provide a description? Dark hair, well-dressed, spoke like a lady of good breeding. Sound familiar? Holmes's thin smile held no warmth whatsoever. "Indeed it does." "Where is the Cassandra moored?" The clerk provided directions to a berth near London Bridge, and within 20 minutes our small party was making its way through the forest of masts and rigging toward the designated pier. The Cassandra proved to be a substantial vessel, perhaps 200 feet in length, with the sturdy construction typical of merchant ships that regularly navigated the Mediterranean and Black Sea routes. "Inspector," Holmes said quietly as we approached the ship. "I suggest we proceed with considerable caution. If Caroline Hartwell is indeed aboard this vessel, she may well be armed, and she has already demonstrated her willingness to kill." I had been thinking the same thing. A woman who could poison a man and then calmly stab him to death while he lay helpless was not likely to surrender meekly when cornered. The ship's gangway was guarded by a single sailor, who regarded our approach with the casual suspicion that merchant seamen typically showed towards shore-based authorities. I presented my warrant card and explained that we needed to examine the passenger manifest and possibly search the vessel. "You'll need to speak with Captain Morrison," the sailor said, jerking his thumb toward the ship's superstructure. "He's in his cabin, but he won't appreciate being disturbed at this hour." Captain Morrison proved to be a grizzled veteran of perhaps 50 years, with the weathered complexion and steady gaze of a man who had spent his life navigating the world's seas. He received us in his cramped but well-organised cabin, with the sort of cautious cooperation that experienced ship's officers showed when dealing with the police. "Aye, we have a Miss Catherine Harrison aboard," he confirmed after examining his passenger list. "Booked passage just yesterday. Seemed a respectable young lady, though she was quite insistent about securing a private cabin." "Is she aboard the ship now?" Holmes asked. "Should be." Passengers were required to embark by 8 o'clock this evening, and we're scheduled to depart with the morning tide. Captain Morrison consulted his pocket watch. "That gives us perhaps 6 hours before we're due to cast off." "Captain, I'm afraid I must ask you to delay your departure," I said. "Miss Harrison is wanted in connection with a murder investigation." The captain's eyebrows rose, but his expression remained professionally neutral. "That's a serious matter, Inspector. You'll need to present formal papers if you want me to detain a passenger." I had anticipated this requirement and had prepared the necessary documentation before leaving Scotland Yard. Captain Morrison examined the papers carefully, then nodded his acceptance. "Very well. Miss Harrison is in cabin number 4, just below the main deck. But I warn you, gentlemen, if this search disrupts my departure schedule, there will be serious financial consequences." Holmes and I, accompanied by Constable Bradley, made our way through the narrow passages of the ship toward the passenger quarters. The Cassandra was built for cargo rather than comfort, and the passenger accommodations were Spartan at best, small cabins with narrow berths and minimal furnishings. Cabin number 4 was located at the end of a dimly lit corridor, and I could see light flickering beneath the door. Someone was definitely inside, and still awake despite the late hour. I knocked firmly on the door. "Miss Harrison?" "This is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. I need to speak with you." There was a moment of silence, then the sound of rapid movement from within the cabin. A woman's voice, cultured and calm, responded through the door. "I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Inspector. I am Catherine Harrison, and I have done nothing that would interest the police." "Miss Harrison, I have reason to believe that you are actually Caroline Hartwell, and that you are wanted in connection with the murder of Mr. Reginald Hawthorne. Please open the door." Another silence, longer this time. Then the voice came again, and I could detect the first hint of strain beneath its polished exterior. "I have never heard of anyone named Caroline Hartwell, and I know nothing about any murder. This is obviously a case of mistaken identity." Holmes stepped forward and spoke directly to the door. "Miss Hartwell, my name is Sherlock Holmes. I believe you know why we are here. The game, as they say, is up." This time the silence stretched for nearly a minute. Then, slowly, I heard the sound of a bolt being drawn back, and the cabin door opened to reveal the woman we had been hunting. She was exactly as Mrs. Pemberton had described, perhaps 25 years old, with dark hair arranged in a fashionable style, and clothing that spoke of good breeding and comfortable circumstances. But it was her eyes that captured my attention immediately. They were intelligent, calculating, and completely without warmth. Gentlemen, she said with remarkable composure, I believe there has been some sort of misunderstanding. I think not, Holmes replied quietly. May we come in? She stepped aside to admit us, and I was struck by the calm dignity of her manner. If I hadn't known what she was accused of, I would have taken her for exactly what she appeared to be, a respectable young lady of good family. The cabin was small but neat, with a single bag open on the narrow bed. I could see women's clothing carefully packed, along with what appeared to be a substantial amount of cash and some pieces of jewellery. Miss Hartwell, I said formally, I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Reginald Hawthorne. You are not required to say anything, but anything you do say may be used in evidence against you. For the first time, her composure cracked slightly. This is ridiculous, she said, but I could hear the edge of desperation creeping into her voice. I am Catherine Harrison of Brighton. I have never been to Bloomsbury in my life, and I certainly never met this Reginald Hawthorne person. Holmes moved closer to the open bag and studied its contents with obvious interest. Miss Hartwell, I believe you will find it difficult to maintain that pretense in the face of the evidence we have discovered. What evidence? She demanded. What possible evidence could you have? Instead of answering directly, Holmes reached into his coat and produced the envelope containing the crystalline substance he had scraped from the teacup. Chemical analysis of this material will prove that it contains arsenic, the same poison that was slowly killing Reginald Hawthorne over the past several weeks. Her face went very pale, but she maintained her defiant stance. That proves nothing. Anyone could have placed that substance in his tea. Indeed, Holmes agreed, but not everyone had the access, the opportunity, and the motive that you possessed. Your systematic visits to the Hawthorne house, your insistence on preparing the tea service yourself, your knowledge of his evening routine, all of these factors combine to create a compelling case. And then there is the matter of the locked room, I added. We know how that trick was accomplished. String through the keyhole manipulated from outside the door. Quite clever, but not impossible to detect once one knows what to look for. For a moment, I thought she might continue to maintain her innocence. But then, something in her expression changed, and I saw the calculating intelligence that had planned such an elaborate murder begin to reassert itself. Very well, she said quietly. Suppose, hypothetically, that I am this Caroline Hartwell person you seek. Suppose I did visit this Mr. Hawthorne. What of it? Visiting a lonely old man is hardly a crime. Murder is, Holmes replied simply, and we have evidence that you not only visited Reginald Hawthorne, but that you systematically poisoned him over a period of weeks, and then, when he became suspicious, you killed him outright. She laughed, a sound completely devoid of humour. You have theories, Mr. Holmes. Interesting theories, perhaps even plausible theories. But theories are not evidence. Are they not? Holmes moved to the small porthole and gazed out at the dark waters of the Thames. Then perhaps you can explain why traces of the same arsenic compound found in Mr. Hawthorne's tea service are present on the sleeve of the dress you wore to visit him. This was clearly a bluff. Holmes could not possibly have conducted such an analysis in the short time available, but the effect on Caroline Hartwell was dramatic. Her face went completely white, and she sank down onto the narrow bed as if her legs could no longer support her. How? She whispered. How could you possibly know that? Elementary observation, Holmes replied with quiet satisfaction. Arsenic has a tendency to leave microscopic traces on fabric, particularly when handled repeatedly over time. A few fibres from your sleeve, combined with chemical analysis, provide incontrovertible proof of your guilt. She was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands folded in her lap. When she finally looked up, the mask of respectability had fallen away entirely, revealing the cold, calculating killer beneath. "You want to know how?" she said, her voice now hard and bitter. "You want to know why? Very well, I'll tell you. But you won't like the story, gentlemen. You won't like it at all." I settled myself as comfortably as possible in the cramped cabin, knowing that we were about to hear a confession that would finally provide all the missing pieces of this extraordinary puzzle. "My real name is Caroline Morrison," she began, "and the man you found dead in that locked room destroyed my family." Holmes looked up sharply. "Morrison? Any relation to Captain Morrison of this vessel? My uncle. He's been helping me, though he doesn't know why I needed to leave London so urgently." She smiled bitterly. "Family loyalty, Mr. Holmes, even when the family member is a murderer." "Tell us about Reginald Hawthorne," I prompted. 10 years ago, my father owned a small shipping company in Brighton. Nothing grand, just a few coastal vessels that carried cargo between English ports. We weren't wealthy, but we were comfortable, respectable. My brother James worked for father, and I was engaged to marry a young man from a good local family." She paused, her eyes distant with memory. "Then Reginald Hawthorne decided he wanted to expand his late father's shipping interests. He began buying out smaller companies, often using methods that were less than honourable. When my father refused to sell, Hawthorne found other ways to pressure him." "What sort of pressure?" Holmes asked quietly. "He bribed dock officials to delay our ships, paid customers to cancel contracts, spread rumours about the reliability of our vessels. Within 2 years, he had driven us to bankruptcy. My father lost everything: the business, our house, his reputation. I could see where this was leading, but I let her continue. My father never recovered from the shock. He died 3 years ago, a broken man who had lost everything he had worked his entire life to build. My brother James turned to drink and gambling, and eventually disappeared into London's underworld. My engagement was broken when my fiancé's family decided we were no longer suitable connections. And you decided to take revenge," I said. "I decided to take what was owed to us," she corrected sharply. "Hawthorne destroyed my family for profit. I simply returned the favour by murdering him in cold blood, by giving him exactly what he gave my father, a slow, agonising destruction followed by death. The only difference is that I was more efficient about it." Holmes had been listening intently to this confession, and now he spoke quietly. "Miss Morrison, however justified you may feel your actions were, they cannot be excused. You committed premeditated murder." "Did I?" she challenged. "Or did I simply collect a debt that was long overdue? Reginald Hawthorne was a predator who destroyed innocent families for his own gain. The world is better off without him." I stood up, suddenly feeling the need to end this conversation. There was something almost hypnotic about Caroline Morrison's calm justification of murder, and I found myself uncomfortably aware that her story had a certain twisted logic to it. "Miss Morrison," I said formally, "you are under arrest for the murder of Reginald Hawthorne. Constable Bradley will escort you to the docks where a police wagon is waiting." She rose gracefully from the bed and gathered her cloak without protest. "Very well, Inspector. But tell me, when you write your report about this case, will you mention what kind of man Reginald Hawthorne really was? Will you tell the world that the victim was actually a destroyer of families and lives?" I had no answer for that question, and I suspect she knew it. As we made our way back through the ship's narrow corridors toward the gangway, I found myself thinking about the nature of justice and whether the law always served the cause of right. Caroline Morrison was clearly guilty of murder, and she would face the full penalty of the law. But Reginald Hawthorne, from what she had told us, had been equally guilty of destroying lives. He had simply done it legally. Holmes, walking beside me in the darkness, seemed to sense my troubled thoughts. "Justice is a complex matter, Inspector," he said quietly. "But once we begin excusing murder because the victim was unsympathetic, we start down a very dangerous path. He was right, of course. Whatever Reginald Hawthorne's faults, Caroline Morrison had no right to appoint herself his judge and executioner. The law existed precisely to prevent individuals from taking justice into their own hands. But as we emerged onto the fog-shrouded deck of the Cassandra, with London's sleeping millions spread out before us in the darkness, I couldn't entirely shake the feeling that this case would continue to trouble me long after Caroline Morrison faced the gallows for her crimes. The impossible murder of Reginald Hawthorne was solved, but the questions it raised about justice, revenge, and the price of legal predation would linger in my mind for years to come. The fog was lifting from the Thames as we escorted Caroline Morrison through the maze of docks toward the waiting police wagon. London was beginning to stir with the first signs of dawn, the clip-clop of milk carts on cobblestones, the distant whistle of an early train, the gradual awakening of a city that never truly slept. But, despite the familiar sounds of morning, I felt as though I was walking through an entirely different world than the one I had known just 3 days earlier. 3 days. Was it really so short a time since I had first stood in that locked study, staring at Reginald Hawthorne's body and wrestling with an apparently impossible crime? It seemed like weeks, months even, since I had been that confident Scotland Yard inspector who believed that methodical procedure and dogged persistence could solve any case that came across his desk. Caroline Morrison, I found myself thinking of her by her real name now, walked between Constable Bradley and myself with the same dignity she had maintained throughout our confrontation. Even in defeat, even facing the gallows, she carried herself like a lady. It was disturbing, in a way. Murderers, in my experience, were supposed to look like murderers. They were supposed to be obviously criminal, clearly outside the bounds of respectable society. But this woman looked exactly like what she claimed to be, a lady of good breeding who had fallen on hard times. If I had encountered her in any other circumstances, I would have tipped my hat and thought no more about it. The fact that she had systematically poisoned a man and then stabbed him to death seemed almost impossible to reconcile with her appearance and manner. "Inspector," Holmes said quietly as we approached the police wagon, "might I suggest that we arrange for Miss Morrison to be held in the women's section at Millbank? Given the unusual nature of this case, I believe she would benefit from being kept separate from the usual criminal population." I glanced at him in surprise. "Are you concerned for her welfare, Mr. Holmes?" "I am concerned that she not have the opportunity to influence other prisoners with her philosophical approach to justice. Miss Morrison has a persuasive manner and a plausible justification for her actions. Such combination can be dangerous in the wrong environment." He was right, as usual. Caroline Morrison's calm certainty that she had been justified in committing murder could indeed prove infectious among London's criminal classes. The last thing we needed was for her to become some sort of folk heroine, inspiring other would-be avengers to take the law into their own hands. As we helped her into the police wagon, she turned to look at both of us with those intelligent, calculating eyes. "Gentlemen," she said quietly, "I wonder if I might ask you a question." "What is it?" I replied, though I was not entirely sure I wanted to hear whatever she was about to say. "When you investigate your next case, and there will be a next case, I'm sure, will you remember what you learned about this one? Will you remember that the world is not always divided neatly between victims and criminals?" Holmes stepped forward slightly. "Miss Morrison, the law exists precisely because the world is not neatly divided. If every person took justice into their own hands, we would have anarchy rather than civilization. She smiled at that, an expression that was both sad and somehow triumphant. Perhaps, Mr. Holmes. But tell me honestly, are you entirely certain that Reginald Hawthorne did not deserve what happened to him? Neither Holmes nor I answered that question, and after a moment she settled back into the wagon without saying anything more. As the vehicle rumbled away through the narrow streets toward Millbank Prison, I found myself still pondering her final words. "Unsettling woman," Holmes observed as we watched the wagon disappear into the morning traffic. Indeed, though I have to admit, there was a certain logic to her actions, however twisted. Holmes turned to look at me with that sharp, evaluating gaze I'd come to know so well. "Inspector, I hope you're not beginning to sympathise with her philosophy." "No," I said, though I was not entirely certain of my own conviction. "No, murder is murder, regardless of the victim's character. But this case has made me think about the limitations of conventional justice." We began walking back towards Scotland Yard, through streets that were now fully alive with the bustle of London's daily commerce. Merchants were opening their shops, clerks were hurrying toward their offices, and the great city was settling into its familiar rhythms of work and trade. "Mr. Holmes," I said as we navigated around a particularly congested intersection, "I owe you a considerable debt of gratitude. Without your assistance, I would never have solved this case." "Nonsense, Inspector. You had already identified many of the crucial elements, the staged appearance of the scattered papers, the suspicious timing of various events. You simply needed to approach the problem from a different angle. Still, your methods were illuminating. I've been with Scotland Yard for more than 8 years, and I thought I understood how to investigate a crime. But watching you work showed me how much I still have to learn." Holmes was quiet for a moment, and I sensed that he was choosing his words carefully. "Inspector, if I may offer some advice, the techniques I employed in this case are not mysterious or supernatural. They are simply applications of careful observation and logical reasoning. You make it sound simple. In principle, it is simple. In practice, it requires discipline and attention to details that most people overlook." He paused to light his pipe, a process that seemed to require considerable concentration. "The key is to observe everything, assume nothing, and follow the evidence wherever it leads, regardless of how improbable the conclusions might seem." "And the locked room? How did you know to look for the string trick?" "Elementary, Inspector. Once I'd established that someone had murdered Hawthorne and then escaped, the locked door became simply a mechanical problem to be solved. I examined the lock, noted the scratches and fibre traces, and deduced the most probable method. It was simply a matter of working backward from the desired result." We had reached Scotland Yard by this time, and I could see Chief Inspector Bradstreet waiting in the courtyard with the sort of expression that suggested he wanted a full accounting of the night's events. The administrative side of police work was about to reassert itself. Reports to be written, superiors to be briefed, evidence to be catalogued and prepared for court proceedings. "Inspector Lestrade," Bradstreet called as we approached. "I understand you made an arrest in the Hawthorne case?" "Yes, sir. Caroline Morrison, also known as Caroline Hartwell. She's confessed to the murder and is currently being transported to Millbank." "Excellent work. I'll want a full report on my desk by this afternoon." Bradstreet's gaze shifted to Holmes, and I could see him trying to assess this civilian who had somehow become involved in one of the Yard's cases. "Mr. Holmes, isn't it? I believe you assisted in the investigation." "Mr. Holmes's contribution was invaluable," I said quickly. "Without his insights, we would never have identified the suspect or understood how the crime was committed." Bradstreet nodded politely, but I could see the scepticism in his eyes. The idea of Scotland Yard requiring assistance from a private consultant was not one that sat comfortably with the official hierarchy. "Well," he said diplomatically, "I'm sure the Yard appreciates any help from concerned citizens. Inspector Lestrade. I'll expect that report by 3 o'clock. As Bradstreet departed, Holmes chuckled quietly. I suspect, Inspector, that my involvement in this case will not be prominently featured in the official records. Probably not, I admitted, but that doesn't diminish the value of what you accomplished. This case would have remained unsolved indefinitely without your methods. Perhaps. But more importantly, Inspector, I believe you have learned something valuable about the nature of criminal investigation. The next impossible case that crosses your desk will not seem quite so impossible. He was right about that. The techniques Holmes had demonstrated, the minute examination of physical evidence, the careful analysis of inconsistencies in witness statements, the willingness to consider improbable but logical explanations. All of these approaches could be learned and applied by any sufficiently dedicated investigator. Mr. Holmes, I said as we prepared to part company, I hope this won't be our last collaboration. If Scotland Yard encounters cases that require unconventional methods, might I call upon your assistance again? Inspector, nothing would give me greater pleasure. Crime is a fascinating study, and I have found our association both intellectually stimulating and personally rewarding. We shook hands there in the courtyard of Scotland Yard, and I watched him walk away through the busy London streets with that characteristic stride. Purposeful, economical, somehow different from the gait of ordinary men. Even then, I suspected that Sherlock Holmes would prove to be more than just an occasional consultant to the police. There was something about his approach to criminal investigation that suggested he was destined for greater things. The rest of that day was consumed by the mundane but necessary work of preparing the case for prosecution. I wrote my report for Chief Inspector Bradstreet, carefully emphasising the methodical police work while diplomatically minimising Holmes's role. I interviewed Caroline Morrison again at Millbank Prison, confirming the details of her confession and ensuring that her statement would be legally admissible. She seemed smaller, somehow, in the grey confines of the prison cell. The elegant clothing and dignified bearing that had made her so formidable were reduced to regulation prison dress and the institutional atmosphere of confinement, but her eyes remained as intelligent and calculating as ever. Inspector, she said when I arrived for the interview, have you given any more thought to our conversation last night? Miss Morrison, my job is to investigate crimes and arrest criminals. Philosophical questions about the nature of justice are beyond my purview. Are they? I wonder. She settled herself on the narrow prison cot with the same grace she might have displayed in a drawing room. Tell me, Inspector, in the course of your investigation, did you discover anything about the other families Reginald Hawthorne destroyed? The question caught me off guard. Other families? Oh yes, my family was not his only victim. Over the years, he systematically acquired smaller shipping companies through intimidation, bribery and financial manipulation. Dozens of families lost their livelihoods. Several other men died of the shock, just as my father did. I had not investigated Hawthorne's business practices beyond what was necessary to establish Caroline Morrison's motive, but her words rang with the conviction of absolute truth. That may be so, Miss Morrison, but it doesn't justify murder. Doesn't it? She leaned forward slightly, and I could see the passion that had driven her to such desperate measures. When the law fails to provide justice, when evil men are allowed to destroy innocent lives with impunity, what recourse do the victims have? They have the civil courts. They have nothing, Inspector. Civil courts require money and influence. Criminal courts can only act when specific laws have been broken. Men like Reginald Hawthorne are expert at destroying lives without technically committing crimes. I left that interview more troubled than I cared to admit. Caroline Morrison's questions about the nature of justice had struck uncomfortably close to doubts I'd been harbouring about the limitations of law enforcement. In my 8 years with Scotland Yard, I had seen too many cases where the technically innocent had suffered while the technically guilty had prospered. The trial, when it came 3 months later, was something of a sensation in the London press. The story of the impossible locked room murder, solved through brilliant deduction, captured the public imagination. The newspapers were full of speculation about the mysterious consulting detective who had assisted Scotland Yard, though Holmes himself refused all interviews and avoided public attention. Caroline Morrison's defence attorney attempted to present evidence about Reginald Hawthorne's business practices, hoping to generate sympathy for his client, but the judge ruled that the victim's character, however questionable, was not relevant to the charge of murder. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a verdict of guilty. She was sentenced to death, as was inevitable for a conviction of premeditated murder. But even in the dock, facing the ultimate penalty, she maintained that same dignified composure that had characterized her throughout the entire affair. I was present at her execution on a grey morning in February 1885. It was not something I particularly wanted to witness, but I felt a strange obligation to see the case through to its final conclusion. She went to the gallows with the same quiet dignity she had shown throughout her trial, making no final speech, expressing no remorse. Standing in the courtyard of Newgate Prison as the trapdoor fell, I found myself thinking about the circular nature of justice. Caroline Morrison had destroyed Reginald Hawthorne to avenge her father's destruction. Now the state was destroying Caroline Morrison to avenge Reginald Hawthorne's death. Where would it end? What family member or friend of Caroline Morrison might someday seek to avenge her death? But these were philosophical questions, and I was a practical man with practical responsibilities. Whatever my personal doubts about the perfect justice of the outcome, Caroline Morrison had committed murder, and the law had taken its course. In the months that followed, I found myself applying the investigative techniques Holmes had demonstrated with increasing frequency and success. The careful examination of physical evidence, the systematic analysis of witness statements for inconsistencies, the willingness to consider improbable explanations, all of these approaches proved invaluable in solving cases that might otherwise have remained mysteries. My reputation at Scotland Yard grew, and with it came more challenging assignments. Chief Inspector Bradstreet began assigning me the cases that had baffled other detectives, confident that my methodical approach would eventually uncover the truth. I was promoted to Chief Inspector myself within 2 years, a rise I attributed directly to the lessons learned during the Hawthorne investigation. Holmes and I maintained our acquaintance, though our paths crossed infrequently. He continued his work as a consulting detective, taking on cases that the official police found too difficult or too unusual. Occasionally, when Scotland Yard encountered a particularly baffling mystery, I would seek his advice, and he never failed to provide insights that proved crucial to solving the case. Dr. Watson, I learned, had become Holmes's permanent associate, sharing lodgings with him at 221B Baker Street and assisting in his investigations. The two men made an effective partnership, Holmes providing the brilliant deduction, Watson offering medical expertise and practical common sense. As the years passed, the Hawthorne case took on an almost mythical quality in my memory. It had been my introduction to a world of criminal investigation that I had never previously imagined. A world where impossible crimes had logical solutions, where minute physical evidence could reveal entire sequences of events, where careful reasoning could penetrate the most elaborate deceptions. But it had also been my introduction to the moral complexities that lay beneath the surface of criminal law. The clear-cut distinction between innocent victims and guilty criminals had been forever blurred by Caroline Morrison's passionate justification of her actions. I learned that justice was not always identical with law, and that right and wrong were not always as obvious as they appeared. These lessons served me well throughout my career with Scotland Yard. They taught me to look beyond the obvious explanations, to question assumptions that seemed self-evident, and to remember that every criminal case involved human beings with complex motivations and tragic histories. Most importantly, the Hawthorne case taught me humility. It showed me that there was always more to learn, always new techniques to master, always different perspectives to consider. The confident young inspector who had first stood in that locked study, certain that conventional methods would solve any crime, had been transformed into a more thoughtful and effective detective. Now, as I sit in my study on this quiet evening, writing these recollections by lamplight, I can look back across more than 30 years of criminal investigation and identify that October morning in 1884 as the moment when everything changed. The impossible murder of Reginald Hawthorne introduced me not only to Sherlock Holmes and his revolutionary methods, but to a deeper understanding of the complex relationship between crime and justice, between law and morality. The case files that fill my bookcases contain dozens of successful investigations, each one solved using techniques and approaches I first encountered during those 3 extraordinary days. But none of them have remained as vivid in my memory as that first collaboration with the consulting detective. I learned many things from Sherlock Holmes during that brief partnership. I learned to observe details that others overlooked, to reason from evidence rather than assumptions, and to follow logical chains of deduction wherever they might lead. But perhaps the most valuable lesson was one he never explicitly taught, that the pursuit of truth, however complex and morally ambiguous that truth might prove to be, was always preferable to the comfortable certainty of ignorance. Caroline Morrison was a murderer, and she deserved the punishment she received. But she was also a victim of circumstances beyond her control, driven to desperate measures by genuine injustice. Reginald Hawthorne was the victim of a brutal crime, but he was also a predator who had destroyed innocent families for profit. The truth contained elements of both tragedy and justice, making it impossible to classify the case in simple terms of good and evil. This moral complexity, I came to understand, was not a flaw in the system of criminal justice. It was an inherent feature of human nature itself. People were capable of both nobility and evil, sometimes within the same individual, sometimes in response to the same circumstances. The job of a detective was not to judge the moral worth of the people involved, but to uncover the facts and let justice take its course through established legal procedures. The gaslight is beginning to dim as I write these final words, and London is settling into its familiar nighttime rhythms outside my window. Somewhere in this vast city, crimes are being committed that will challenge the next generation of detectives. Some will be solved through conventional methods. Others will require the sort of innovative thinking that Sherlock Holmes brought to the Hawthorne case. But whatever techniques are used, whatever new scientific methods might be developed, the fundamental challenge of criminal investigation will remain the same: to see clearly through the lies and deceptions that surround every crime, to distinguish between assumption and evidence, and to pursue truth wherever it might lead, regardless of how uncomfortable that truth might prove to be. The impossible murder of Reginald Hawthorne taught me all of these lessons, and for that education I remain grateful to this day. It was my first encounter with true criminal mystery, my introduction to scientific detection, and my initiation into the complex moral landscape that every serious investigator must learn to navigate. Most of all, it was the beginning of my association with Sherlock Holmes, a man whose influence on criminal investigation would prove to be far greater than any of us could have imagined during those foggy October days when we first collaborated in solving an impossible crime in a locked room. As I close this account and prepare to retire for the evening, I find myself wondering what other impossible cases might be waiting out there in London's shadows, and what other brilliant minds might be preparing to illuminate them with the light of pure reason and scientific observation. The age of the consulting detective, I suspect, has only just begun. Let Inspector Lestrade's steady, professional voice carry you toward restful sleep, secure in the knowledge that dedicated investigators continue their work in the shadows, applying the same principles of observation, deduction, and perseverance that solved the impossible murder of Reginald Hawthorne. The fog may lift from the Thames, the gaslight may fade to electric illumination, and the hansom cabs may give way to motor cars, but the fundamental challenge of distinguishing truth from deception remains constant, solved one careful observation at a time by those who refuse to accept that any mystery is truly impossible to solve. Sweet dreams, and remember, in the words of the great detective himself, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.